Hello, Chris from Airwindows on January 1st. Happy New Year, those who appreciate that happening. Hey Alex, Alpha Sync. Moderately less Happy New Year for me because I thought I was doing something and it turns out I'm doing something else. So we'll see how that goes, clearly. Because, like I mentioned on Blue Sky, I've been working on mastering, and I've just noticed that I have put together an entire mastering release with the new designs and the new names and everything, and Glue works on none of it. And I need to use that. I need to use Glue. So New Year, I guess. Honestly, the fact that most of it works and that I have a new concept for it is good enough. But I'm back on the old laptop, which is not plugged in or hooked up to the streaming or anything like that. And kind of at loose ends. I have to do literally everything over again. So, yay, I guess. In that way of yay that is not yay at all, and instead is kind of boo. But if I stick it out through the rest of the afternoon, I will at least get a gift, and so will you, because Baconpaul is putting out a new plugin. It's some kind of synthesizer, and he's hoping to drop it around 2. And I will download it live on stream and play with it for the first time. I might be one of the first people to live stream playing with Paul's new synthesizer. So I at least have that going for me. So what I'm wondering now is whether I'd like to switch over to coding stream mode. Maybe I'll do that. I don't have my wood stove cam set up right now. Nothing's together, but and I don't even have the excuse of having partied it up last night because I don't do that. But you don't have to party it up to have a slow New Year's Day, I guess. We shall see. And one thing about this is I believe I can at least plug this stuff together. It'll restart the video on my laptop. I'll probably have to start that over again. Let's find out. Hey, got there. That's probably not lined up right. I can't say as I care. So here's what's happening, and you'll kind of sort of hear it, and you kind of sort of won't. Glue is supposed to be a darkening factor. I've got everything running through slew only because I wanted to check whether it was getting the highs properly. So over these horrible little tiny speakers in the laptop, they can't play bass anyway. So I'm blasting it. Also, I do have a question. There are no stupid questions when you ask stupid people, so you're in the clear. If you want to do a Neve-like sound, you're probably going to darken things a little bit, and there are ways that Console X can do that. I've got all this stuff going on. You might use discontinuity. You would use less of the airband if you were going for a Neve-like sound, probably. A lot of that is what I'm looking to be able to do in the mastering stage, because as you see, I have a whole new set of arrangements for all of this. That was actually the one on the bottom, so I should rearrange these while I'm at it. That wouldn't be the explanation for why it wasn't working. So I've been doing this. All of a sudden, glue does nothing. But scope, that works. Scrunk. And you can hear this. Interestingly, you can hear what Girth does over the horrible little laptop speakers a little bit, because one of the things it's doing is those bottom two bands, the low and the sub, I've configured them differently. Come to think of it, as long as I'm doing all of this over again, I might readjust drive. Because I had a plan for it and it wasn't working, and I ended up doing it wrong and then catching it at the last minute. And that means I could try the original idea again. So this apparently is a coding on the old laptop day. Go figure, or at least some of it. And then when Paul drops the synthesizer, I'll get to go and play with that. But here's where we're at now. Both of these match. Like I can run this one. Glue doesn't do anything. Scope does. And what you'll notice even more easily if I turn off slew only is if I crank up Girth, it'll start to distort the laptop horribly. But if I pull it back, it's actually going to make the kick and stuff hit a little bit harder on the laptop, because it's pulling it through a individual. I moved the zoom into each of the individual bands, but I left it off of the subband, and I combined them with the frequency being adjusted by what scope is set to. So, and I have no idea, Vingol, who Jerry is, but maybe you're talking about some old penny arcade routine or something. And I've got this drive. I don't need this big of a variation. What I was going to do is have drive go into each of these, which can pass through without anything being affected, but they can also go into nonlinearities. And then the output section would dial the result back a bit. I had that all set up to work, and then had it so that the input drive wasn't actually affecting anything yet. So I fixed that, and then they're both doing something. So that is something where I can easily change it. Because I don't need that much change of levels. And it also means I have to go through and build all the VSTs again, so we're not doing that on stream because that's dead boring. But it's worth finding out why slew isn't working, because it was last I checked, and then all of a sudden, after going through all of this and building all of the plugins, hoping to get it all finished, did I say slew isn't working? Glue is the thing that isn't working. So here's where we left off. And it was an unpleasant shock when I did a sort of update by copying all the relevant bits over into the signed plugins, because I had done all the hard work to make the project files run on modern computers and signed them and everything. And I thought since I was just changing code, there would be no problem to copying over only the bits that were actually changed in the code and leaving all the project file stuff the same, meaning that it would build a signed plugin and everything would go really quickly. And then I noticed that the glue stuff, because it was all for the purpose of being able to use it on the song I mixed last year. Technically counts as last year. And what is the oldest song? Something off of Postcards from Tahiti, which was made on a Apple IIgs when I was a child. Old Seinfeld quote, cool. So those were things that were made on an Apple IIgs when I was a child. I wrote songs before then, but I haven't really recorded them. I may not have them anymore. Anyways. Here's mastering. I've got it set up so that parameter A defaults to 0, and these other ones all go to 0.5. That's because they are all... If you do nothing, it just passes through without changing a thing. However, glue doesn't count for that. Glue will, in fact, modify stuff. So I'm defaulting glue to 0 because that changes. It needs to start up with bypass and everything so that it maybe not. It's a horrible sounding thing. So parameter A counts as 0. Parameter A is glue. Here we have all of this stuff. These things should be working. It's bound to be some simple dumb thing. In fact, it may be such a simple dumb thing that I'm able to change it in just the code for the ones I built on the modern computer with Signed and play with it before going and doing all of the busy work for making the entire release ready. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. What I do know is that literally all of this, including the VST version, is not working. And that's no fun. So here's our parameter A. Here's reset. Last sinew. Sinew is what's causing glue. And we are, in fact, correctly assigning stuff to parameter A. Like, this is what it's supposed to be set to. So here's the question. Edit all in scope. I should have been able to do this so that it does the work. Do I know what distress is a compressor? Hi, Nick. Yeah, well, I don't know anything anymore. It's not a fun place to be. But, you know, you go there. These are places that one goes. So what was happening, you know, what might have happened is I may have inadvertently deleted the entire glue section for all of these things. This is what it's supposed to be. We've got input sample. It's scaled by drive out. That's something that I can change as well. We're not going to talk about the happiness of the new year right at the moment. And then this is the stuff where it's supposed to be able to use this. This all looks normal enough. Okay, so I'm puzzled. But you know, there are still things I can do. One of them is to go back to the regular computer, the one I'm streaming on, the one where hopefully all of this travail can be interrupted by Baconpaul dropping a new synthesizer. I will see about that when he mentions it. That's Chad Clark, who is responding to somebody, various friends of mine on Blue Sky. I suppose I can straight up follow him or go to his. See, this is him on Blue Sky saying Gabo, which is the new synthesizer, is coming. So when that drops, in theory, I will see what that is. Until then, I won't. You're going to have to wait for the mastering plugin. Everything's broken and wrong. It's a jolly beginning of the year for me. But, you know, what are you going to do? Like, I can go in here and see that this is the one that I've just changed. This is the one that I built the plugin on. It's the new version that doesn't work. And when I scoot up past this stuff, it does actually have Sinu in the code. It's just not doing anything. You know, again, I can run Twisted Wave. I can open up the recent track, set it to something where I know it's going to have high frequency spikes. I do not have any. Here's multiple copies of that. Here's metering, and it doesn't matter which of these I use. I've got my high frequency spikes. I've got this instance of mastering in before the other stuff. I can adjust that. It's turned down using shifting a bit gain. And then if I try to apply glue, nothing happens. So something has gone horribly wrong in literally all of these, and I don't know what it is. But here's the catch. If I can figure out what it is on the antique laptop that I start my development on, I can just copy that over to this newer version, build it quickly, and see whether I fixed everything. And go back to what I wanted to do, which was fool with that a little bit, play with Baconpaul's new synthesizer, and then maybe even dive into some more mixing. It is, and it is apparently inspired by a couple few people, two of whom will end up living in Bellows Falls. Back we go. So here's where we do the setting. Param A goes from 0 to 1. Depth needs to be 1 if it's going to be functioning. This is going to be me sounding like a very dumb person, but it's fine. The thresh sinew is supposed to be a special setting that lets you scale it around the exact thresh, like what's supposed to happen, which isn't. And perhaps it's because I didn't have my reference for what's meant to happen. I'm also tempted to go and make another cup of coffee, although, I mean, it's past noon now. This is also not a... I should switch this back so that I can see whether I'm actually streaming or not. This is apparently New Year's Day is not a day where people want to watch Chris do live streaming, so that's cool. It saves me some embarrassment. This is clearly time. Nope, not yet. I'm going to be excited for the new synthesizer because I don't have to make it. That's Paul's thing. It's in roughly an hour and a half or thereabouts, if his timeline is in line and if he is on Eastern Standard Time, as I am. So one thing I could do is I can do my testing easier on the vintage laptop, but I can't run Airwindows Meter on the vintage laptop because it's too old. So the question becomes, what I did here, did that just straight up break the whole thing somehow? Or did it only partly break the whole thing somehow? And you can see that the number that I'm trying to create is 0.225 plus 1 minus this. Oh. Hang on a moment. I may have found the bug. Check it out. What does this mean? This depends entirely on precedence of operations. What I intended was 0.225 plus this thing moves past a certain point. It moves past the middle point. Because 0.225 plus 0.333 is like 0.55 something. But 1 minus a thing that goes between 0 and 1 but is multiplied by 0.333 is another story entirely. We have a situation here with our parentheses that might be the only thing. And I'm a little bemused as to how that got by me or what happened. But it clearly did. So see how that works? This is why I usually put so many parentheses around everything. Literally all of these have been turned into a completely different, like it's, okay, so thresh sinew apparently goes to a smaller number for having an effect. And if it's a really big number, it doesn't do anything. So we've just told it, okay, param A goes between 0 and 1. But instead, param A goes between 0 and a third. And we were trying to scale that third up and down between like 0 and a third. But instead, it's scaling up and down between 1 and 0.666. So the number of the beast has conspired to ruin my day. And we need to move one parenthesis from one place to another to make it stop doing that. Let's see if we can do the thing. I may not even need to change this bit, because it is sufficiently obvious that this one parenthesis being in the wrong place, and it's still compiled, so I have the same total number of parentheses. I don't even know how that happened, but that's gonna be on literally all of the ones. Let's see how this goes. Let's go over to here. Now, 1 minus parem a belongs in this parenthesis. So this goes from 1 to 0. And then we multiply it so it goes from 0.333 to 0. We've got to build it twice because it needs to build once before it has any of its files. That's a curiosity with my little build setup here. See, I do it again and it's fine. See, there's build. Option drag that to the desktop because I have to assemble all of these things again. Drag it to components. So here's all our VSTs, but they're all based off of the same thing. And this is going to follow the same rules, except I'll have to do it twice. See? Exactly the same. So that needs to be moved over to there. And then I've got another instance for the double processing, which is here. And it says exactly the same thing. So now I've got that. Hit save, build it. In this instance, it's probably not going to crash the first time, but it's still going to do the same thing of building a plugin for me in a little build folder. Drag that to the desktop, copy that to the VST. We're not going to do all of the building things, but if you're super crazy excited about this, I can be persuaded to do the rest of the building of this for this coming weekend. I do have another Console X component part to include. So I was figuring on doing that, then having this, and then I have another reverb, and that buys me a little time before I need to busily start making more of these things from scratch. But watch this. Having copied these things over, we open up the same. No, I never did build an effect stack, did it? But I won't need to, and I'll tell you why. Now that this is working, we're on the tiny little garbage laptop speakers. Okay, now I'm wondering whether the garbage little laptop speakers make high enough frequencies that I can hear what they do. This is why I needed this on my real computer. I worked for days to get all of this together to work on my real computer, and it refused to let me. Let's see whether this one acts any different. Never mind, let's go and do all of those things over again. But we're going to do them over again on the main computer. I can even open this up in BBEdit so I don't have to go editing it. And we're going to see whether we can get this to work or whether there's still more fixing to do. I would like there not to be more fixing to do. Well, I mean, if the vintage laptop survives and I don't, then you can talk about making it a museum piece. It is my way of being able to support older stuff. here we go. We are doing the same change that we had from before. This now goes from 1 to 0. That now goes from 0 or 0.333 to 0. And it is the final parenthesis that adds the offset there. And depth does end up being that setting as well. And we're going to save that, and then we're going to run in and build it. We're going to archive it again. This is all slightly cumbersome, but here's where I get to see whether it did anything. I sure hope it did. That would be nice. I'd appreciate it. That said, I do believe it would be possible to get it to, here we go. And now we've replaced that, and we're going to open up the previous thing and open it up another thing. We can tell this is the audio unit that we just built. Let's see whether anything worked. Because we should see from the glue control, it should have an effect on the position of those red spikes from doing this. Helps if I make it play on something. Red spikes. That's what it was supposed to do. Got there. So here, this is now, here's what I did and why. And I know you can't hear it. You're not supposed to. We're just looking at what it does. That bug fixed everything. I know I can now make it all be fixed. So I could do that for next weekend if you really needed it. But here's what that was for. Suppose you have a very bright track. Or even we'll go to this section. So your track is very, very bright. What this new glue control does is it combines the dry wet and the threshold, where you start bringing it in, even on stuff that's pushing this hard. It's a little sensitive, but that's fine. And you can clamp it right down until there's no action happening, or open it up a bit. And for stuff that is this relentlessly bright, opening it up to about halfway means that your hottest spikes are still a little extreme. We're going to set it to loop that playback. So we're looking at scope cranked up all the way. Scope was the boost from the previous one. Air. It's effectively air. And we boosted it so hard, but we've got glue in there at about halfway. Now if I remove any of glue, which is the thing that I've just made to work and what I was intending to do. Our peaks are even higher than they were. It has stepped on them a little bit. So if you have it flat, and it's a fair question as to whether, since I have to go and do all of this anyway, whether it's worth doing this differently. But if I put glue to 0.5, we have some alterations here. Probably what I should do here is just select a tiny little space. Here we go. So we're literally just doing this. This is why you don't necessarily want to hear this. So this is with glue at 0. And remember, this is something where I thought it was basically okay, straight out of the box. If I use it as this, and set it to 0.5, well, it's actually meant to be stepping on things a little tiny bit. Maybe what I need to do is angle the dry wet. What I mean by angle the dry wet is put a taper on it. Because if I put it to around here, we're now cutting off lower. But this is making a striking difference between this amount of restriction and this amount of restriction, which is nothing. And if you crank it all the way, it's completely flattened. So the idea of doing it that way and adjusting the offset, rather than just having it clip at 0.5, it's starting a little higher, and then as you continue to crank it, it goes lower and lower until it's down here. That way, if you open it up a little bit, there's just a little bit of range there. And you notice we've got little hints of the red spikes, the ones where you can get away with them to an extent. Open it up a little more. The cutoff pitch is going up very subtly as this is also going up. And then as we continue to push it, we start to get to where the dry wet is just letting out the full amplitude of it. The idea being that you should be able to engage it, and at around 0.5 it should catch some of that stuff without being at all obvious. And if you push it all the way up here, not only is it barely, the dry wet is barely kicking in, but also the frequency is starting higher. As you continue to push glue, the frequency starts coming down, and it's not all that high, but it starts coming down as the width of the range of the red spikes also starts coming down. It's sort of squishing them down into a smaller and smaller space, like this. And then the harder you push, the farther down the cutoff point is, to the point where the cutoff point goes right down to here. And that means there are several possible changes that can be made. So let's go into that thing again. Do we have a... Yeah, we can delete that. Here we are with this. Once I've got this, I will take long enough to copy it over to the antique computer. So what have we here? Well, 0.225, the larger this gets, the lower it goes. Threshold of 0 means it's doing nothing, and threshold of a large number means it's doing a lot more. What that also means is I could start it lower because I know that it's going to be doing so much anyhow. So let's start it at 0.25. And I'm going to keep these parallel a little bit, just enough so that I can more or less tell what the hell I'm doing. Wrong one. Bear with me. This is the correct one. So again, 0.225 becomes 0.25. Not a big difference, but I mean, it's really not touching anything hardly at all. I can do with nudging it a little bit more. And then here's the thing, this depth sinew needs a adjustment. So what can we do with those? Well, one of the things that we often do is a power function. So if we did this, and this is, I'm talking very boot recoup basic programmer things, and this is me doing it wrong again, so let's fix that. It's always going to be 0 to 1. If we do a power function and do power get parameter param a minus 2, comma 2, that's get parameter param a times get parameter param a. So what's going to happen is if depth sinew is sitting at 0.5, the result that it's going to put out is actually 0.25. But there's a catch. We don't actually want it to be smaller at the middle setting. It's not kicking in aggressively enough. So we want it to be larger at the middle setting. And how do we go about doing that? We go about doing that a similar way to the thing that we're doing in thresh sinew, which is flip it upside down, do the power function, then flip it upside down again. So if we do this, don't even need to do anything more than that. That is part of the stuff here to this side of the comma. We now have it mapped backwards. So if it's all the way to the left, it's going to be 1. And if it's all the way to the right, it is going to be 0. And then we're still doing that power factor. So if it's in the middle, it's going to be 0.25. But guess what? Let's flip it back over again. So now it is 1 minus the result of this calculation, which has to do with a 1 minus that. So what we've now done is we've taken the contour of the power factor, where it makes stuff in the middle go to like 0.25, and it's a nice even taper as it does that. It makes it be like a logarithmic taper, or some form of taper that's not just linear. And we've just made it be an inverse log taper, so that as it's a very low number, it'll still end up being 0. 1.0 minus 1 power of 1.0 minus nothing continues to be nothing. And if we crank it up all the way, it's still 1. But if it's halfway, we now have like 1.0 minus halfway is 0.5. We have the power factor, that's making it 0.25, but now we've got 1.0 minus 0.25. Meaning that the middle of the taper now has way more of an effect than it did. I'm going to save that. And we're just going to jump straight back into here again. It's already set up to do all the things. One side note is I am having to keep on setting it to build for any Mac. And I'm just going to hit archive again because we're close enough to having it do what I intended. And then this part of the process, distribute, build products, goes to this folder in this stack of folders that it generates every time. And that's now finished. And going over to this stack, open. And I can option drag that. And I can, if I can manage my, I'm having difficulty managing my mouse. We can do this. You can't actually read my password, but I can at least do that, move it off the screen. The VST version won't make me do that, by the way. And now that we've done that and dropped the plugin in where it's supposed to belong, I made breakfast. I'm not bobbling all over the place because I'm lacking in breakfast, although I'm speculating on making that other cup of coffee. I ran into turbulence, and so I want more coffee. Doesn't mean I should have more coffee, but I am pretty clear that I do want some more. And here we are with this, and with our effect stacks. And here's where this would be the audio unit. Watch this. He says, as nothing happens. I'm going to click this over onto the section where I was talking about. So here's the new setting, except for, let's find a section with lots of sibilants. There we go. Yeah, a season-heavy version of this song. So this should show us what glue is doing now. As I bring it in, the dry-wet factor, which is what that second control did, now has a taper on it. So halfway, we have, I think, a real good setting for controlling the extremeness of it, and then we can continue to push it further. Oddly enough, we're rolling off a little higher than we were before, but I'm not, that's fine. I think that's okay. Start setting it up like this, and funnily enough, as we do that, it starts to push the color on those red spikes closer to a purple, which is an interesting result. No, I have no plans for the new year. Let's make this even more annoying. So where the raw output of that little section of the audio was this. This is what you would do for the final result. Here is the glue setting. And it works even if you crank the highs a lot. Notice an interesting thing about this is that even when you're using glue and you've got it set to like the default, which I think is probably going to be a good default setting, I'm not going to actually default to 0.5 because that is changing the sound. And the way this runs, you are not actually changing the sound when you're doing this work. It starts up with glue at 0, and the initial point of mastering is to not do anything. However, we can hit glue this hard and scope still matters. You can get away with boosting quite a bit, but if you boost scope enough, even with glue enabled, you'll still see the result. For that matter, I'm pretty sure Skronk will also affect this. Yep. But it's interesting the way all of this stuff works because it's now designed to be a mastering processor. This has been changed radically from what it started out as. I've got a few more changes to make here. I think maybe what I'll do is fuss with a couple of these and the gain level one that I had in mind. Because you see, we'll put that on anyway. Maybe it'll be a good like starting place. Like this would be the amount of glue you probably would want, but it defaults to 0 to default to doing nothing. That said, if we do this, drive has too much of an effect. I don't need to pad it this much in mastering. I don't see that as being necessary. I don't see it as being necessary that I should be able to put that much additional gain on there because I'm not really like bearing in mind that the amount of additional gain you can do that with scope, Skronk, and girth too. And I don't feel like you should be able to do this with it. We basically made it flattenated. And I don't see this mastering plugin, although it contains clip only 2 in there, I don't see this as being primarily like if people are looking to do Loudon mastering as Loudon Nation, this should make people leave and not try to do it. So there are more changes to make. And here's one. Here we've got all of this stuff. This is the audio unit, so it is a single instance. The VST has a float instance and a double processing instance. I'm going to take a moment and peek at Blue Sky to see if Paul has posted anything. Got various people going on. Oh no, a Tesla Cybertruck exploded at the entrance to Trump's International Hotel. I have no idea what, damn, son. So 2025 is going well, I guess. No telling whether that is a Cybertruck blowing up because it's a poorly built vehicle, or whether somebody has decided that they're now mad at Trump and Elon for supporting this. You know what? Let's not even get into it. I do not see anything from Paul yet, so you know what? We're going to look away from the flames and focus on my bumbling but determined efforts to come up with a really cool mastering plugin. And you're talking about the song For Never. I believe on the initial posting of it, which was mixed on a Heritage Audio analog mixer, the lyrics are posted. It's one of those breakup songs. I was traveling to Canada to date somebody for some time there, and that's kind of where that is. Florian, we're looking at the code right now, so let's answer your question. Here's process buffer lists for the audio unit. This is some of the things we're going to be looking at. In fact, I see a thing that I can do. See how we've got drive in is either negative or positive plus 1. So drive in is about 3 dB boost or cut. Drive out would be the same thing, except for that it is doing a form of a power function that enables it to cut those amounts down to a much smaller amount, but it's still the same polarity. And when I say polarity, what I mean is this goes from minus 0.5 to positive 0.5, and this always goes to positive 0.5, but everything is being multiplied by that, and then it's plus 1. So this is going from, it'll go up to a maximum of 0.25 or negative 0.25. So what we do then is put that there. That has just inverted the negative 0.5 to positive 0.5 that I have inside that. And I believe that applies first, but it shouldn't actually matter whether it's multiplying first or not, because either way, it's going to give me a 0.25 to negative 0.25. And if I do the negative thing there, it's flipping the orientation relative to where it sits on the control. Like if I crank it, it will go to a negative 2.5. If I cut it, it will go to a positive 2.5. What this was always meant to do, and what it'll be doing now. And in fact, while I'm at it, same deal over here. Same code. Put a negative in there. We'll build that up. Go back over to this one. We'll save that. Tuck the little negative in there. Jump into here one more time. And the answer to your question is the clipping is only at the end of the chain, but the inside of the chain is distinctly nonlinear. All of those bands that are actually Kalman filters that are being sculpted in such a way that it does various things called girth or skronk or whatever, all of those are being applied to zoom meaning that if you push them, they go to a saturation, and if you cut them, they go to a slightly boosted inverse saturation, a cosine function. And it's all being done by dry wets, and none of it ever goes to full wet. So what we've got here, and again, it keeps on resetting it to only compiling from my Mac, and I don't like that, and I don't want it. And we're going to build something for sitting in here. And we're going to archive this ought to look, but then at the same time, I'm concerned that maybe it's going to start, like if I clean build folder here, it's going to have to start over from scratch. And in so doing, I can be sure that it includes the changes that I just made. I would think that it would anyhow, but I don't trust it enough. And so here we are again with my, what I'm doing there is Command O and down space, down cursor, to quickly go through all those files, because if I was double clicking them, I'd get carpal tunnel real fast. And then we're going to option drag this over so that we can replace that. And then do my same deal there. I know there's so much to all of this. That's me just deleting that folder. Yeah, the mastering plugin was super broken this morning when I tried to use it, so it turns out I'm fixing all of the brokens. So now when I fire this up and go to the same thing, we're going to get to a point where it does what I wanted. And you might be able to hear that a little tiny bit. My hope is that you'll be able to hear it a little tiny bit. Here's the audio unit. There's glue, and here's drive, and drive is the one that will now change. So what's going to happen when I play this? If I use drive now, it will cut a significant amount, like minus 0.5 or plus 0.5, going into all the algorithms, which aren't actually currently doing anything, but if I cranked something, you'd start seeing a result. And then cut going out of the algorithms. Whereas if I boost drive, it boosts going into the algorithms and then cuts a smaller amount coming out. So the clipper will still engage, but the whole point of this drive is to be able to lean on the coding that's being done inside like Skunk and Girth, because that's where it's doing something. It'll also do something in scope, for that matter. All of those will have their effect. So see? You barely notice anything, but then when you're doing something, or am I... Oh, no, hang on. There's a very good reason it wasn't doing anything. Look, it's not selected. Let's try that again. See, it's a little bit quieter, but this is just not as big of an effect as before. But supposing we push Skronk real hard. If we push drive, It's like we're fooling with the intensity in which it goes into the nonlinearities of these effects. Here's some boost. Lots of it. Less of it. Grunts. Zoom didn't get replaced. Zoom got triplicated. There's a distinct, separate individual zoom inside scope, skronk, and girth, all of which run separately, and all of which are going to be somewhat affected by drive only when you're doing something with that stuff. So it got triplicated, not just replaced. So if you're not doing anything with these, not much of an effect. It's just a slight gain staging. On the other hand, if you're adding girth and subtracting skronk, you can make it much more intense or dial it back quite a lot. And this helps when you're dealing with stuff like if you subtract girth a lot, you get a distort equality. It's not quite as clean as it was. So we can emphasize the slight expansion quality of that. But if we pad it, we've cleaned it up. So the whole thing acts like the subtle things that you can do. And I'm making it sound unsubtle because I'm pushing it as hard as I can to make it obvious. The subtle things that you can do are scaled by drive. So if there's a tone quality or just everything together feels like it needs to be a little bit more, you push drive, and anything that you do is going to be somewhat heightened. You dial that in. On the other hand, if you need to produce, like, I don't know, girth or something, and it doesn't sound clean anymore, you can use drive to pull back a little bit on it, and it'll clean it up, which I probably can do right here. Or I can do that. I can, like, give it a certain amount of glue, and this time we've decided that the track is not nearly loud enough, and so we have boosted all the things. It wanted more skronk, it wanted more girth, and it wanted more scope, which stands for microscope. The idea is it's not so much treble as it is zeroing in on the finest details of the sound, which is not always what I want, and so scope is described in that way. And that has given us an excessively thick sound. But then you can dial it right back until it's cleaner. And that is, in fact, adding what started out as a mid, and I'm describing as skronk. It's adding girth, which is both bass and sub, but sub doesn't get the zoom features added to it. And then if I pad it enough, also notice adding girth caused it to have peaks where other peaks didn't exist. So we've basically taken something that started out like this. Oh, it is looping. So we started out with this. Notice we're clipping. We added scrunch, we added girth, but we cut back on drive. And now we're reshaping everything. But we now have peaks where we didn't before because they were clipped off, because we're kind of replacing them. So you wouldn't necessarily want to be doing this stuff, but it's real hard to set this in a way where it makes it sound horrible. And yeah, the changing from the raw mix to the modified mix is doing a lot of complicated processing, but it's like it's putting back the ability to have peaks. Or we can just pad it. If we just straight up pad it, all that's happening is, see, the line of clipping is now flat because we're only turning it down. Our max ability to turn it down is about yay much. But then if we start adding something that can generate more information, like girth, and we're going to have to wait for it to come around to the vocals again, but in so doing, we're generating low frequency sweeps that no longer have to respect the clip points that we previously had. So we've got peaks that are coming in dark green because they're subsonic peaks. And I've essentially remastered it in such a way where there's a variety of clip points, none of which we're actually hitting. We can use drive to clip as hard as we want, but we can use girth to sort of resynthesize peaks where they don't exist. And we don't have to stop there, because there is also scrunch. Adding scrunch is like a mid boost. We can darken those up a little bit. So what's basically happening there is we have the same clip points, but we have heightened the mid-range boost coming out of the Kalman filters in such a way that that mid sonority is now sharper than the previous clip positions. The clips were in there, and it actually balances against girth. So if the plugin is sitting around being like, we're distorting on these, one way that you can clean it up is by pushing on like the mid-range section. And maybe pull back a little bit in girth. And now we no longer have a predictable line of distort points here. It's less consistent. It's in across a wider range. Although if you really wanted to go across a wider range, start filling in the extreme lows using girth. And then bring the volume up a little bit again. Now our hotter peaks are bass peaks. And we have much less of a variation going on. We can even give it a little bit of the scope. Because the red dots are showing up lower, and they're not really covering the full range. And now it's going to start at the beginning again. So we made this raw mix output to this. So what that did was take raw output that had some real spiky highs in there and also tended to get distorted. And we've basically like rearranged and redistributed everything to where the spiky highs won't go up as high. And also the loudest peaks are bassier because we've increased this girth knob as well as the skronk knob. They balance out to some extent. We're sort of balancing everything while boosting into this stuff just in order to make it do something. And then padding using drive going into it, which cuts the volume back going into that stuff and then boosts it after that stuff has been done to put back some of the volume level again. So that the loudness doesn't just jump up and down, the intensity with which it's hitting the processing jumps up and down when I do this. There's very little intensity in the processing and super exaggerated processing. The thickness being added by stuff like girth can be accentuated this way. And it'll go to a massive full clip if you so desire. You don't have to, but you can make it do it. But it tries not to sound like it's doing it. I'm not sending direct audio to the stream. And you know, one of the things that I was having trouble with the previous version was that if I moved these things around as radically as I'm doing now, it would turn itself inside out, freak out. It would be very obvious just from the mic bleed. And I have fixed that so it does not go as obvious. I mean, you're hearing an effect, especially with scope. And especially if glue isn't on. But none of this is extremely aggressive processing because mastering can't be. You can't really do mastering in such a way where it's ruining everything because it's just not a good place to go. And I'm fairly happy with how that sits. So what I'm going to do now is I think not actually make another cup of coffee, but I think I have to fuss over some things, and I'm going to figure out what I want to put on. We'll quit out of there, because one of the things that I'm going to be doing is, what can I do? Here's stream audio. This always works. Content peak. Just for funsies. We'll throw this on and do a little quick master and leave it playing over the speakers for you to hear with the bleed. So what might be nice for this? First of all, glue. More scope, not nearly enough of that going on. And we can probably survive a little extra drive as well. And that looks like a cool tone, so I'm going to go fuss around a little bit, like getting my dinner more ready, and throw another log in the fire because the fire's going out. I'll be back, and we will do updating all these things to what I just set up, and then we're going to check on Paul's plugin, the new plugin. And if he drops the plugin, I'm going to download it and we'll play with it on stream. And yay, Shirley and Spinoza. hey, I did end up making another cup of coffee. Hey, ready to come back down from the listening position? There we go. And here we are. Alrighty, so my wood stove is going again. Don't have the camera for it at the moment. That was fun. That was a track called Null Pointer that is from a goodly number of years ago. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a moment to see whether Paul posted. Suppose I could go to his here he is. Ooh, got there. So that was a half an hour ago. It was at 1 o'clock rather than 2. Oop, got to me, surprised me. 6 signs, A. I'll tell you one thing, I won't get to play this right at this instant, and I'll tell you why. Because to do that, I need to, seeing as I missed it by 37 minutes, what the hey, but I'm going to get right to it in a moment. But the first thing I got to do is finish this stuff. I have work to do before I can have fun. However, I think I can get there. All I got to do is throw away literally all of the old builds. Because you see, the keyboard I'm going to play this on is sitting where this laptop currently is. So I need to finish this up. Won't be long. In order to do that, I do this. We've successfully done this. Here's what it needs to be. So we'll build. This is going to be the retro. And we got to do this over again twice. So where it says 0225, it becomes 025. Already apparently fixed that one. And I haven't got all of my updates yet, so give me a second. Because it's this I need to get. Dep sinu now needs to say 1 minus pow 1 minus get parameter. For both of them. So let's do the AU first. 1.0 minus pow 1.0 minus comma 2.0, and that's the formula. So build with that. Now that one works. I've already got the minus in for drive out. Copy. Get parameter A must be replaced with just A, like this. And I don't need 2 semicolons. So that's the VST version. And let's see, drive out, is that. Then the other version is here. So there, drive out, minus there. Save that, build. Save that and build. Just sort of building and building over and over again. But now that I'm looking at that, that is other fixes that need to be made. Ooh, why am I... Do I really want to do all of these? No, I want to copy what I have there over. It's just as if I was doing it, but there's no special reason I can't fix what's wrong with the signed version of this one. Time to do that now. So what do we got to do? We got to make thresh sinu look like this. And move that parenthesis over because that was the start of all our problems this morning. And the depth sign has got to be 1 minus paren 1 minus a, comma 2. And then where it says drive out, I got to put the minus in there because we're not using both of them as a boost. This causes this to be a slight cut. As we boost harder into it, we don't get as much. It doesn't exactly match the volume, but the boost is much more the amount of mojo you get out of what those things are doing, or whether you need to clean them up, rather than it mostly being about how much louder or quieter you're making everything. Drive is actually kind of a gain scaling for the insides of the function. And so there, so we got that. And if we copy these, and again go down to about halfway, where we take this, which is also totally wrong, but now it can be totally right. And then where it says drive out, the minus goes here. And we say we can't hit build here because we're not in that mode. But we can fire up this. And as always, it seems to be setting it to my Mac every time, which I don't appreciate, but that's fine. I'll put it back. We'll clean the build folder just so that I can be confident that it'll use all the new code. I think it probably would, but I don't trust computers the slightest, so we're not going to trust the computers in the slightest. Build succeeded, distribute content, build products. It'll go there. And that is now up to speed 2. So open, 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 and we're going to option drag this to the desktop so that I have another instance of this. And this one's not going to require validation. I'm just going to copy it over to here. And having done that, now that I fire up Twisted Wave and open up the same thing again, or the other thing again, here's what's going to happen. Here's two different things. They're both set to neutral. I turn them both on. Here's a glue on one. There goes the red spikes. Here's glue on another. Are they enabled? Do we have this working? What's going on? Did we not update this somehow? Okay, we're still working. We're still not done. Hang on. Effects. Are you in fact loading new effects? Refresh VST2 list. This is going to take it a while. I want to see if this is what's doing it. So I just updated that and I copied it into the place where it's supposed to be. So that's supposed to have just changed the things. I suppose I could look and see if... Looking to see if... Mac assigned VSTs. That's what I was working on. It's supposed to be doing it to this instance in here. So this is the one that I just ran. So if I go to the code and then I go to the source, oh, hang on, I have a bug. This needs doing again. And it is not the case in the VST on the other one, but I made a mistake. You can probably spot the mistake. It's supposed to say POW 1 minus A. On the vintage one, which is also going to be the Windows and Linux ones, it does in fact say pow1 minus a. But the signed one that I've just built, which doesn't exist anywhere else, needs to say this. That's all. And then since I simply copied it over, it needs to say this. And now I save, it'll build. Do I have a pile of things in signed Mac? No, but I have the old stack of stuff. So we're going to take that away and we're going to hit our, no we're not, no we're not. And I'll tell you why. Because the damn thing has gone back to building only for my Mac, and I have to make it build for Apple Silicon and Intel. Thank you very much. I'm not going to cease supporting Intel signed modern computer users. Blah, 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 blah. Save. Archive. You know, clearly I needed new coffee so much, right? Build projects, export. So if I'm correct in that last minute scramble, and I am going to need to quit out of there again. I can option drag this to the desktop and it will replace the older item. And then I can drag this right over to VSD if it doesn't jump around and yank itself out of my way. Replace that. And it shouldn't really need me to do anything else. Let's see if it's a Happy New Year after all. Open the thing. Go to this section, because why not? No, let's go to the guitar solo section. Haven't heard that all day. Content peak. So here we are with the AU version. You can tell it because it has the pop-up menu in this program, and the VST version. This should make those red spikes go away. And so should this. Got there. Doesn't matter how much I boost. In fact, you could even sort of tune it so that you're getting the right cloud distribution here. That might be a fine idea. That's the idea, is make this sort of thing so that you can use it effectively, and it does the things you want. And here's our options for 24-bit dithers. If you can hear these over a microphone, something's wrong with you. But I think if you learn the basic vibes of each of those and then select them as they become appropriate, it will come in handy. Dark is, of course, Airwindows Dark. This is what you get in Monitoring 3. Then we got a TPDF wide, PAL wide, and NJAD, which is in Monitoring 1. And don't even ask me how it sounds there. I'm a little overwhelmed. But I'll tell you, I think we successfully got through. So I have to follow up another day for the here. You can kind of see what I'm doing and kind of not. See, it's my foot. Because this is my time for unplugging Coding Stream. No more Coding Stream today. Not with that, anyhow. Let's move this again. Unplug the laptop. video feed. Stash it down here. And dig out this baby. At one point on stream, I tried to do this move and I dumped it between the chair and the desk. So I've succeeded in not doing that this time. Da-da-da. And that thing is, hang on. Come on, you. Give me surge. There we go. You can kind of see where my hand is. Just like that. Because it's time to look at Paul's new thing. Six Signs, Mac DMG. Paul knows how to do all the fancy things like installers and so on. We'll see how much of that is active. It would like to access things. That's fine. Cool place to do that. And it will install an app, which is just what I was using on Clap. So, yes, please install all those things. Go for it. We'll just be cagey about that. Yay! I can quit out of Xcode while I'm at it. Now I bet you it is installed itself into my applications folder. Under S, PQRS, sure has. So what I'm going to do is carry that over to the extras folder, which is where I put a lot of stuff. Beep. Oh, for heaven's sake. Got there. And having gone there, let's see what we got. Oh, it quit unexpectedly. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not unique. Paul can release a thing and then not actually successfully get all of the details in place. I bet I can do a VST though. So, yeah, sorry, Paul. But I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to run it as a plugin. I bet it'll run as a plugin. Jonathan, you have never heard of Analog Me 75. But Analog Me 75 is not stems. I will actually mess with stuff to stop people from using it as stems because I don't want them to remix things. I don't want them to remix things. So let's add a new track. Actually, heck with this. How about you not do that? And instead I'll make a new project. And then I'll attempt to use the new project to run a synth or something. We'll do the clap. Now, what have we here? Well, among other things, I actually have SWB audio, so in theory, after I actually make it do anything, yeah, last thing I want is for people to do remixes. I want them to steal the samples and use those. So there's that. Now, let's go into Reaper Preferences. So I can't run the app yet. MIDI, maybe. We'll figure it out eventually. MIDI editor. Okay, so I have things to play with if I ever get to actually play with them. It does not resize like mine, so okay. Can I open it up as a standalone window? Yeah, that's prettier. UI, is this where I've... Nope. But look at all that stuff. Cool. Check that out. Oh, and I can't actually resize it even now. So I'm on the forefront of the resizing. I'm not on the forefront of being able to get the dumb thing to work because I don't know how to use Reaper or something. But we'll find out. Project settings. How about project settings? No? There's a place where I can play with MIDI stuff. I know it. I've literally got Console X hooked up and ready to run right now. So I know there's a place where I can get at MIDI stuff. I'm just having a really hard time finding it. General. Nope. Paths. Nope. Project. Nope. Oh, MIDI devices. There we go. Hi. X key enabled and control. Good. There's no MIDI output to X key. So that should work. So there's going to be a place in here somewhere where I can tell it to... Oh, there we go. Settings, MPE, bend. It needs to be able to make a noise. Make a noise, damn you. It's a lot of voices. Hit the panic button. MPE, nope. Piano mode, this is not the MIDI section. That is not a MIDI section. What about here? No, that's going to be amplitude. Param plus 2 out, UI. UI changes all of this stuff, so I don't need to care about that. Oh, okay. Plug-in pin connector. Okay, it says I/O. Hi. Plug-in delay compensation. Nope. Routing help. What about that? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Presets. Nope. Param. Ah. MIDI link. Bus channel. Parameter module. I wish I could run the app. I can make this thing talk to the app. Okay, so let's get into here. MIDI track controls. Here we go. No, but that's probably getting closer. So we got this going on. Record input, record output, post fader. Okay, that's all fine and good. I don't need to record MIDI output. Record input. Oh, Jonathan, I think you're exactly right. Let's find out what happens. And now that we've done that, input MIDI, haha, aha. Bingo. We got there. I'm a complete fool, but I don't care. We got there. I am going to throw a little, why not a big, 80 clip 8 onto the master track, so that if I smash everything with this, it won't hurt anything. In mode, apotheosis. That should save me from distortions. Now we play with Paul's new thing for a couple, 3 hours. This is the Baconpaul 6 signs. Let's see what it can be made to do. Here's init. I think we can step through all of these. So bass 1, is it? Yes. Okay, that's not responding to modulation wheel, but that's fine. Also, interesting thing about the X key, I have a sustain pedal, and I have a foot controller from Roland that plugs into the X key. Although I have to plug in its other side to do it, so maybe I'll ignore that for now. Ooh, rand phase or not? Ooh. So here's apparently how that one does. See, this is what you would do if you were doing like psytrance or whatever, and you needed it to behave exactly the same each time, is you would not have the phase be randomized instead. It always does the same thing. For that matter, let's play with OBS by changing the audio capture so that we can make it good and loud. With rand phase, it's a little more. So yeah, we've got FM stuff going on, clearly. Is that what we're doing, or are we still in the first one? Nope, these are all just different variations on very much the same thing. I would guess, Grenz, that is because Paul is no farther forward than I am on having Windows as your give him a signing identity. I haven't done that yet. It's going to have to be this this year. Alrighty then, and that one's not random phase. That one's meant to do this from the start. Ooh, porta and spread, what happens? That. Wee, okay. Unison 5 voices. What if there's just one? Oh, 5 is our max. Got a pretty consistent peak there. All right, heck with all these basses. Is it going to stick with that, or is it going to put it back? It's absolutely going to put it back. Bass, Butterbean, what's that? One thing about this is these are all sounding really the same, so let's get through to a bunch of different ones. Oh, I spoke too soon. Hi. Two great tastes that taste great together. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Why are you not doing anything? Are you not doing anything? Oh no, it's doing something. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was thinking to do high-passy things, and I moved the low pass by mistake, and this has no highs to it whatsoever. Cool. Let's not make everything automatically be console X right from the get-go. Let's move it sort of tactfully out of the way a little bit and focus on Paul's thing instead. And sip a little more coffee, and we're going to try other sounds. Deep fried low end. How's this for deep fried low end? Oh, have to turn it on. So, gnorch. What's a gnorch? A gnorch is this. sustains a lot. Cool. Growler. I'm not sure if I'd call that a growl. I'm not sure I call that a growl. I think this is a growl. I call that a growl. But this is a FM synth, so not everything has to be a growl. Hey, it's all open source free software, so what the hell? Ooh, or I could do the same thing with the new mastering plugin. But before we do that, we haven't even begun to go through all these presets. I am Sweepy, sure enough. Ah, sarcasm, polite discourse. Okay, let's make that nastier. And that can become louder. Or if you wanted to get really hardcore, you can go down a bit. Why is it not doing the ceiling the way I would like? Not much of a change. Oh, it's because it's 0 to 1, so it's only very close to the ceiling. Fine. If I get obnoxious with that, it becomes too annoying, so we're going to set it up so we can make it annoying without being as annoying. I know what I'm doing. I thought I was doing frequency for some reason. Back. All in good fun. Oh God, I'm chasing people away. Well, they can't be part of the EDM crowd, because if they were part of the EDM crowd, they would enjoy this polite discord. No matter. Onwards. So, this is something I am curious about, though. Where are we getting these? Ooh, and I've got macros. Well, that's cool. Not sure what they're doing, but they're going to do something. Unlike my plugins, you can actually double-click them and set them back to neutral again, which is cool. Up 1, up 2, up 3 feedback, up 2 feedback. I'm clicking on all. Ah, here we go. Here's some envelopes. So yeah, you click on these things and new stuff happens. If I click on this, I get envelopes in there. That is, let's see, 6 signs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here's where we're setting ratios. This is going to all be about finding ways of doing various things. Ah, source. But all the sources are off. Nothing's going to happen. Op 2 is doing something, though. Ah, and we hear it. And Op 3 has a setting going on, but we don't seem to have anything going on here. Ah, and here's our ratios. But it ain't doing anything. So, here's where we make it do something. Very high in dissonant ratio, and where it says here's where you can turn on or off any of these things, because these are clearly on and off switches. When we have it selected by going to the on off place, we get all of this going on, where we get to manipulate these things. That's an LFO, that's not our source. I think our sources are just straight up only gonna be sines. Ah, Grenz is pointing out that you have to produce a new. And here what I just did, the only change here was I turned on console. All of that stuff has nothing to do with what Paul did at all. So So that's back to normalcy for next time I try to go and reach for it. And we had op3. I think this is strictly how loud it is, although that's the frequency. So we do not have a volume going on yet. But if we manipulate this, this is op1 plus. Oh, what can we do here? Can we drag them around? Can we do weird things with them? A. Doesn't seem to be moving that. So now ratio is higher and oh, op1 to op3 depth. Huh. Okay. Well, that's fine, but that's not what... Oh, op3 feedback level. Trying to figure out whether or if there is a op3 direct output. Can we do a sort of... Maybe this is a simplified thing where it's always just stacking them. Because we got op... Oh, no, this is probably the... So that maybe that's just turn it on at all. On to op3 depth. Well, I don't actually care about that. I am trying to figure out if I can hear what op3 is doing, because I have set it to a ratio. Well, what's the difference between if I go here? We got attack, decay, release, an LFO. We got a modulation. Oh, it's mixer. Here's mixer. This is what I was thinking about the whole time. But we're not making any noises. We got op3 doing a thing. We got main. But we're not getting a mixer level yet. Okay, so op2 to op3 depth. Ah, and here is feedback level. Now we're hearing it. Okay, so we turn all of these things down. Interesting, it's not honoring pan for op3 level. But, well, no, we're still having some issues there. Let's not save that. We're still in bases. There's a lot more here to check out. Although sometimes going through all the presets is a very tedious process. Scream Queen, eh? Okay, bass Scream Queen. How many of these are there? Am I doing this badly by... There's not that many of them. Let's keep going. How many bells? Not as many. Not as many. Goodly number. Very much not many. I don't think I have MPE. Pads, strings, templates. Okay. Init EP. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so it's mostly about basses apparently. See, I wouldn't be using these directly, but it's all cool. Silversmith, okay. Huh, level Pantone in V0. But now it says V3 when I do this. Don't know what that means. We're doing wacky things. Definitely what people do on FM synths when they're doing crazy stuff. Breaking up, you say? It's always good to distort FM. And then we stay doing that, I guess. Cool. On to bells. Now, one thing I bet about this, I bet it's really CPU efficient. Paul knows a lot about running lots of things on a processor. Oh, voices. Oh, I killed it. I went to large numbers of voices. Well, it doesn't have any effects on it all by itself, although I am going to put our 80 clip back on there. 54 voices. Okay, so you can make it freak out and die. That might be amusing. Cool. Let's make that grungier. Okay, all well and good. That's not polite. So let's do something that's less polite. Or more polite, rather. That one is not breaking as aggressively. Clonk. All well and good. Picture yourself on a boat on a river. I will in a moment. I'm grinding my way. I want to hear all of these things. Yep, FM bells. No question about that. Sure is. This is very definitely when I start bringing in things like this, just to sort of FM things a little bit. Yep, you can always count on FM for bells. And it's also going to always sound like FM. Okay, that's quite enough of that. So does noise signs mean we start getting noise out of them? Having shut off all the other stuff. Sounds a little bit like there's noise in there. If so, the idea was we don't have a noise generator, but we're simulating it. Cool. Putting out fire. reboot. So this is a one-button push one, where you go, okay, engage transporter, and you push the one button and then it just does its thing. Is responding to pitch bends. Big fuss. Yeah, so FM noises clearly. Bright and synthy, sure enough. Okay, so a little high frequency testing. And here's how that high frequency testing goes when you try to run it into Console XP. Top dB makes it react as if it's louder. It turns into a sort of hiss. And interestingly, this is, I think, behaving really well aliasing-wise. Check it out. If I do low pass so that you can't actually hear any of the super high partials, it's playing all the notes it's supposed to, but we're not getting any funky lower notes, which would be produced by aliasing. So that tells me that this performs real well on that front. And then if you turn off the filtering, lots of highs. What this is doing. Trigger mode. Oh, okay, triggering unison or the settings or something. Turn that on. Don't know if that does anything. very possible that this could become a go-to crazy FM thing for me. It depends upon how easy I find it to like dial in new things, which is of course a fair question. Okay, maybe that didn't need to be taken down. These are ratios. I'm not quite sure. Oh, very nice. We get to spell them out. 17, 13, 9, and 5. We can tone down their feedbacks a bit. Why do we know? Oh, there we go. Took a little while to figure out what it was doing. Let's see what happens if we have all these little chimey things, but operator 1 starts modulating all of them. And then operator 1 modulates U2. Each time a little bit more. And lastly this. What's this A thing going on? Do I have a tooltip? Nope. Got a little squiggle or a loop and an A. So what we'll do is we'll make all of these get modulated by 1, and then we'll start switching them all to A and see what happens. Okay, so that's an interesting shimmer. And I'm pretty sure still all of these have to be set real low. So now we change from squiggle to A. Ooh, interesting. Something happened. Something changed down here, but I honestly, oh, add or scale? Is that what it was? Up 1 to up 2. Up 1 to up 3. Up 1 to up 2. There we go. So if I change this, does it change anything down there? Adder scale, huh? So now we put these back to squiggle from A. And what can we do with sync, I wonder? Putting this back to scale. That's what it started out as. Do we get anything interesting with this? Feedback envelope. Feedback envelope. That's what that's about. LFO deform. And there we go. So feedback envelope to feedback amplitude, Grin's figured it out. That's a phi symbol. It's phase modulation or amplitude modulation. Neat. So phase modulation does this. Amplitude modulation. Grant, did you just know that, or did you find an instruction manual? Because I'm running without one. Nice fluid quality of the way that these FM things are zinging around against each other is rather gratifying. Feedback release shape. Interesting. Well, you know what? That's a lot of play to be done on something that started out just being this. So let's keep charging away through. Okay, it's all well and good. Let's distort the crud out of it. All in good fun. Moving glass organ this time. Ooh, pretty. It's Baconpaul's most recent one. Jonathan should have just linked to it or pointed to it. So what I'm curious about here is why we've got operator 4 doing something and whole other operators not doing anything much. I guess this is just the way that you bring in stuff with it being a carrier. So we're going to have operator 3 as a carrier. It's turned on. The source is turned on. Well, let's test that assumption. It's its ratio. But if we turn it off, but we don't hear it directly, but we hear it modulating operator 3. So we got that in there. It is being sent through operator 3 into operator 4, and here's the output of operator 4. And amplitude rather than phase. Very neat. Okay, so we got a bunch of fun stuff that we can do by not necessarily always just using one form of FM. We can do a couple of different forms. Amplitude, phase. Amplitude, phase. And this is presumably some kind of texture in here. Very neat. So here's an upper octave. seems to be reacting to this on-off switch more than it's reacting to level. See, I hear it now, and I don't. But if I turn up level, mixer level, I'm supposing it must be doing something, but I'm not entirely sure how much. I hear a change, but it's not nearly as much as... Nope. And yep. So if you want to completely shut it off, oh, I bet what's happening is we're feeding it into things. And so the output of it can be heard directly, but if you turn off the output, you're still hearing it modulating other stuff, maybe. Like here's the feedback oscillator. And if you change the on-off or something, you have to re-hit the note, but you can move the knobs around while listening. Let's not have you synced. I bet they all have their own LFOs. Okay, so we can make the things quieter. Main level does in fact do something. Seems like we're modulating things, but it's not a complete on and off level. And then we just demodulated everything, so if we go back to what it started out as, all those LFOs were synchronized before. So that was fun. Throwing a little grind in there. Yeah, it needs a little more than I can give it for there. FM has a hard time sounding real Hammondy. It's not really going to happen. It'll be a FM organ. And who would be asking for more, honestly? For links, I'm not sure. If it is bulky, then that might be it being bulky. I think it would depend upon what kind of sound you're running through it. It is not a traditional compressor algorithm, so it might have something to do with the kind of sound you're running through it. Funnily enough, I don't see a velocity going on. Do we have one here? We do. And we have Poly Aftertouch, which I can use on this particular thing. Now, what are we modulating, though? Oh, we're modulating any of these things. Cool. Let's jump back to that. Maybe you're leaning on it harder, or maybe it's not the right compressor for you for those sounds. Let's see, Poly Aftertouch. And modulation target amplitude. Oh, hi. We've got it set to operator 4 level only. Interesting. So this is going to be detail work. Unless it isn't. Let's tell that modulation source to be off and the target to be off. Let's go back over to something like this. Cool. This has the possibility to do really twisted, sick things if we have literally all of these little bits getting an independent modulation from Poly Aftertouch or who knows what else. M10, LFO 10, pan. So what else can we target? Up 1. And Poly Aftertouch again. And okay, so feedback level. So they all have custom things to be made into. So since feedback level is a thing, yeah, I mean, the bottom line with any of these Airwindows things is if you were able to make it do something that is bad or unpleasant, see if you can make it not do the thing. Or dial it back in some way. lots of my stuff can be cajoled into misbehaving. It's designed to do that on purpose. It's designed to allow for poor behavior. And I wouldn't say that I specifically intended for Pop3 and or Stonefire Comp to misbehave based on anything, but if you've got something like that that's doing what you don't want, probably at a relevant point that maybe, you know, it might be a little much, or it might just not be interacting with your sound very well. It's down. It'll respond to different things in different ways, and the attack speed has a lot to do. Release speed has a lot to do with all of that. I'm having no luck getting a Hammond out of this, which is fine, because what I'm actually doing is I'm trying to get some of these things to act differently. See, that's supposed to be poly aftertouch feedback level. This could also be poly aftertouch feedback level. That should be changing all of this stuff around. Remembering that I have to boost in order to get there. Not hearing it. Ooh, okay, let's see what we can do with the modulation on that. Poly aftertouch. Amplitude. It feels like it's not giving me those things. I'm pushing on the poly aftertouch, but we're not getting a change there. I mean, we're having plenty of fun without even needing it to do that, so that's just my question, is whether I can get the poly aftertouch to do those particular things. I mean, it's level, but it's asking for amplitude, so I don't know. Here's amplitude. Not hearing it. So let's leave this alone for a bit. Brass. Ooh, too many notes. Okay, so this can start to become fun when we beat it up. It goes, ooh, 60 voices. So that gave it something to think about. So you basically do this and then record the results and sample it. Make horrible noises like all good fun. This one has a lot of layered notes in there somehow. Like 3 voices. Interestingly, it stays with the same number of voices as long as you're on one note. It's not actually, it's re-triggering that, but it is not layering it. Pan on console 9 and console X is not the, for one thing, it's not the same as the pan on console 0. I don't remember what I had for there. It is a sine-based equal loudness thing going on. I couldn't tell you whether I had one that was called Purist Pan, nor whether it was exactly the same. Oh, interesting. We can turn that. Ah, interesting. So this over to clicking on that, we've got the same number of voices, and it's not actually doing anything differently. It's selecting the voices, but clicking here doesn't mean anything different is happening with voices. It just means that this bottom section turns to this part. Neat. Stack operator. That's good fun. Prog Jazzer A. I'm a little frustrated that modulation wheel never does anything. Suppose we can find out whether we can make it do something. Here's our main section. But we do not actually have modulation wheel as MIDI CC. Okay, well, we can find out. Will it show me? No, it will not. MPA, pressure and timbre, macros. So you can, whatever these are, you can fiddle with those. Can we assign? I'm supposing you must be able to assign MIDI stuff to that. Like if I had taken my little controller here, plugged that in, maybe I could tell that to operate the macros. Random, interesting, okay. Voice, I'm not quite sure what that's meant to mean. Modulation, gated, released, in unison position. So that's going to be some wildness there. So we got basic MIDI things, but they don't include modulation wheel because you can't be sure that it's that. But we have a complete selection of possible things. We just don't really have a good way of telling what's being, like, I'm not seeing anything light up any of these. I have to know what the modulation wheel CC is, which is fair. Like, I don't know that, but it's no obligation of this to tell me. I would be able to do it if I knew what modulation was being sent. That doesn't play nicely, but it does have a sound. That's why it's not wanting to respond quite the same way as I was expecting. All of our sources are on, all of our mix sounds are on. It depends upon unison completely. On start voice only. Okay. Well, what if we tell it to do this? Okay. Portamento is a little slow on this guy. What happens if we tell it to be unison of 5 but way fewer voices? What if we tell it to be cool. Maybe a little lower. 12. Sure enough, hitting tab, such that. Sets in, it locks it in. Let's make it choppier. Main attack shape A. Mod A. Does mod do something here? Not really. What's these? Main envelope delay, okay. Trigger mode. Didn't want to start up. So that part not actually helpful, but was going to see whether I could make it do something that I wanted. Attack shape and what's H? Envelope hold. What's this attack shape do? One. K shape. So I like it even if I'm not much of a player. I'm on the white keys and everything, but I like it when it jumps around like that. Whereas that started out being a little different. Didn't catch all the notes quite the same way. Anyways. Neat. I don't have an MPE, so whatever this does that's fancy, I'm not going to be able to do it. X key is not sending velocity or pressure, not MPE style. Which is fine. Over to the pads. There was a pad I was being told about earlier. It's kind of funny. This is such a complicated and involved FM beast. And so much of what I do is past this stage, so this is like the tone producer for other stuff that I would be doing. And that's been the case for every FM synth I've ever run into, is that it never really, with some exceptions, like in theory, I could use this to generate gnarly grunge noises. When I say gnarly grunge noises, hang on. I might or might not. Yeah. So when I say gnarly grunge noises, I mean that's FM2. I do not know if Six Signs is capable of doing weird internal feedback, capable of doing this. If it is, that's clearly what I would want to be doing. All depends upon how it handles like pressure and stuff. So that sound is an FM8 FM sound. which is all about sending, like how the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 and so on have this feedback mechanism. That one is about sending the feedback mechanism through some kind of sweepable filter. These vibrations. We're going to get right to it. Yeah, sounds furry. Little out pitch. Aha. Okay, let's answer your question then. Looks like we have 4 operators going. So 0 operators. 1. Not kicking in all the time. Ooh. Here's some crazy stuff going on. This is operator 2. And this one is going to be doing some weird, interesting things. Operator 2 mix. We've got like LFO sine rate stuff going on. So this is going to be part of the sound. Here's where that reverby sound is coming from, or at least part of it. Weirdly enough, I've just turned it off and I'm still hearing it. Oh no, there we go. And then so in theory we can turn these all off. Here's the first one. Here we add the second. It's got sort of a whoosh noise going on. And where's my... never mind. Here's only the first and the third. So one thing that's going on is this third one is very sustained. That's why it's doing what it does. Then the fourth one. We've got this higher pitch thing going on, and it's doing a sort of rapid tremolo. So when you combine 3 and 4, you've got the effect of a bunch of crazy little slap echoes combined with the effect of this munching noise. And let's go and analyze that a little more closely. What happens if we turn off random phase on this? Nothing much. What happens if we pitch bend this? Yeah, this is a very slow decay. Very slow release. The release on this sucker is like 4 seconds. So that's a RT60 for you right there. Rate is doing some of this, and velocity sensitivity is doing some of this. Okay, so it's set to phase modulation for both of these. It's being modulated by operator 1. So without that, we just sort of have this washy noise. Let's get funky. Op 1 to Op 3, modulation, pressure, poly after touch, level. Ooh, can it do that though? I think that's level that we're, no depth, depth. Can we do depth? Or can we not? Oh, hang on a second. Op 1 and Op 3 runs on what extent this is doing, so. So I don't actually have the capacity to modulate depth on this operator after all. All I can do is modulate stuff in here, like level, NV10, and LFO 10. What about rate? Mod depth 0. Do we have some kind of randomness going on in here? I'm definitely going to try to figure out what this is doing. Let's not worry about the modulation sources. They don't do what I thought they did. So here is where we get that, but there's this warbly quality to it that is really interesting to me. That's not changing it. Yep. Silencio. Ooh, interesting. You're not changing anymore. Oh, is it because I should be doing this one? Yes. Long sustain on that one. Changing the rate doesn't seem to do that much. Also, it feels like it's doing a noise or sample and hold LFO rather than a simple sine wave. Maybe this has something to do with it? It feels like we've got something other than a simple sine LFO going on in here, but I'm having trouble finding out where it's coming from. we just changed something in a different one. Up to mix. It's like the stuff that we did here was actually affecting up 2. Or not. But something is. These things are not manipulating up 2, are they? How about up 2 level? Okay, well in that case, over to up 3. Now are we going to find where our funny behavior came from? Is it in pen? Up to mix. Still looks like it says sign. Could it be in ratio? Oh, okay. Okay. We found it. Let's go back so that we can reset it. Because we're finding the mysteries in this one. Up 3 level. Now we've got this selected. Now we go to up 3 ratio, which is set to 1, but it's a sample and hold at a very fast rate. What have we produced here? Depth is changing. Now it acts like normalcy, right? It's very sustained. So the way of getting that freaky reverby sound is a very fast rate. It's like 500 hertz. And an LFO depth that is doing something. Source LFO to ratio. And it does this. How's that? And we have choices of waves. It's even showing us the waves. Back to the sign. Keyboard tracking is letting us tune the LFO. And tuning the LFO is stopping it from ring modulating what we're doing. So yeah, this is neat. Loving this. Paul, you're a wonder. Check this out. And we don't have to have the release either. Hello. Oh no, hang on a second. So this does have to be doing its thing. It is the amplitude. It doesn't have to be as full crank. Back over to source ratio, here's where we get the noise. Keyboard tracking is what's causing it to do its warble. Without that, we're warbling at a lower rate. See, we're modulating, but we're not changing it as much. And the reverby effect is caused by modulating real fast. Ooh, we have alternate ways there. Key tracking seems good. Ooh. OP source absolute frequency. That means so can I assign modulation to this? Let's find out. Poly aftertouch. Gotta love it. I doubt it. Doesn't look like it. What if we just assign it to something and see if we can make it work? Nope. Nope. Ratio? Oh, we gotta... Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So we're starting out at a regular ratio, doing our funky thing. So we can manipulate this with the poly aftertouch modulation. Or indeed, not quite what I had in mind. And 1 divided by 2, how about? Come on, let me click it. Let me click it. Let's make it more cursed. Padding it down a bit and... Good fun, good fun. We started like this. Because up3 ratio can be modulated using oh yeah, also I have to turn key track on. Otherwise it'll just try to sort of ring modulate everything. So if you turn key track on, this section chases the ratio and sticks with the note. And then when you have rate at this really high speed, it's 512 hertz, at a sine wave, again, back to level, because all of this stuff is acting different. Envelope isn't going to do the same thing on OP3 source and it does an OP3 mix. I'll play with the release shape a little bit. Okay, that is pushing it towards the end of the release. So you switch it all the way over to the beginning for more of a acoustic, sustainy sounding release. But we can't actually do that quite so much, so instead we could replace it with decay. Slightly more release. Then from level we go back to ratio, because this is where the crazy warbling is coming from. And we can have it go slower than 512 hertz. Chorusy effect. Sample and hold is an interesting choice here. If it was sine, it would sound fairly similar, really. See, we got our sine. Oh, look, we have an adjustment here too. Honestly, this is all doing about the same kinds of things. That part confuses me a bit. Okay, here's our envelope. That is not actually going to change anything. You would think it would be doing something with this. But maybe it is. So I hear it doing something here. So, and it doesn't seem to care whether we're doing that. Or that. Key tracking is active. And that's necessary. So here's an interesting twist. So this would be the envelope. Louder. remember I got to go back to ratio to see what it's doing. There's what's making this happen. So what we're hearing is basically just being generated from this LFO stuff. Excuse me. And we have some wave choices, so what can we do? Interesting. So depth. Depth is throwing weird things from this envelope. But LFO can be set to very fast and is doing its own weird thing. However, it doesn't sound the way that it did without the sine. Except for now, it doesn't sound that way at all. And remember, we still have modulation on polyaftertouch. And okay, never mind that. You can settle down a little bit. Oh, interesting. Low frequency deform. Which could be quite strong. If we do full-on low-frequency deform, it takes away what that's doing again. Pictures of nebulas, everybody. strings. And it's EP. Back in the beginning, so we've gone through all the presets. It's 4 o'clock. And sure enough, we've got funky things going on even in this. Bass 1, folks. All you got to do is turn off key track. Ratio is where all of this lives. Thought we were on that one. Oh, I guess not. No, I guess we were on 2. Two ratio is what we're doing. Manipulating 3, I think. Yeah, so 2 can be made to phase manipulate 3. We'll shut 1 off. We can get messier. We have to touch issue. again, we don't have key track on the ratio of this horrifying OP2, but we do have sample and hold at a really fast rate, and LFO is doing something. Let's do this. Get the controls for pitch bend here. 24. Very small unison ratio. Let's actually take this down to 2 notes. And then go back to ratio, source ratio. That's where all this craziness is. Although that's not crazy enough, so what happens if we have key track not on, but ratio? So with that one, I can play one part of it with the keyboard and the other part of it with the amount of pressure on pitch bend, which has about 2 octaves of range, 4 octaves if I include the downwards pitch bend. If we don't have LFO doing anything, it doesn't warble. But we can make it warble. Do I have LFO depth on one of these? Let's find out. LFO depth, LFO synth. Ooh, LFO rate. You can do phase. How about LFO synth? Slightly less LFO. This ain't. Oh no! Wait. What am I talking about? Modulation pitch bend ratio. This is supposed to use this to determine whether it's adding or subtracting. So if we have LFO synth and polyaftertone, mod depth 1, OP2 source mod depth 1, 100% LFO synth. Don't think it's doing it. LFO sensitivity. I don't think it's doing it. I'll take that back off. So OP source mod depth 0. It's not actually OP2 source mod depth 0 is pitch bend. So why are we not getting 0? I think it maybe is different. It's applying the LFO. OP2 source mod depth 0 is applying that LFO. So in that case, if I have poly app touch also on something ratio parameters. So now we're following the pitch bend. Okay. For our last hour or so. Okay, plate 140, which you have recently got. Okay, let's not do that for a half an hour. Surely there's something more interesting to do. How about let's start with init. So with this one, we have ratio. Weirdly, key track is active even now. That's because it's the source. So if we go to sample and hold, we can immediately throw this into that zone where we are resampling it. Cool, cool. The resampling, the sample and hold, is related to deform in that we are reshaping, although it's not actually showing it to us, we are reshaping the sign. Since we're deforming it, what we're not actually seeing here is that it's forcing most of the sign to become on one or the other side. Ooh, interesting. Okay, got something else going on. Form of sign with too much of an LFO does this, but if we take it down like this, we get a warble. And it's kind of swooping up to this note. Whereas if we take deform to the opposite side, it's kind of trying to hold on. But we occasionally get this weird sort of gnarly warble. And since it sounds like an envelope is happening, if we do an attack, it might change it. Or sync might make it be the same each time. Nope. So if you do times envelope. We've just taken the crunch off it. Now the attack can be used to remove that swarp. So what about some other waves then? Okay, fine. So this is just the source waveform. So our envelope looks like this. Main looks like this. So default is not quite as choppy as it could otherwise be. So deform's doing this. Deform in the depth of the LFO. Key tracking necessary. Again, this is one operator without any feedback. If we did do feedback, oh, fun. We have a setting that was talking about sounding like angry bees, because this is it. Slightly different behaviors each time here. Not at the top of my head, my friend. So we got angry bee noise. Ratio is the key for all of this. Okay, here's just some weird options you get as far as angry buzzes. Ooh, amusing. And again, with this attack, a really long attack. so this feedback nonsense may be too aggressive for my taste at the moment. So we'll put all of that stuff back to default and not use it, and go back to our ratio where we're doing ugly, nasty things. That's a nasty thing. See, these waves are odd, but I guess it must be how sample and hold. Okay, as long as we're having our silly fun with that. Rate, LFO rate. So now poly aftertouch is the LFO rate, and it's all fully polyphonic. Is that added to this existing rate? Sure is. So it's how many percent? 100%. What does this have to do with wave, though? Oh, no, that's just the note. That's just the note. LFO is something totally different. You could just do sine, and it would be just the same. Or sawish. So the neat thing about a operator 1 feedback mechanism on a sawtooth is that it's going to straighten out the sawtooth into a increasing it starts out as a plain sawtooth, but it's going to become increasingly steep and flat. So it's getting thinner and thinner as it goes. So, since we have that, we can try to apply poly aftertouch to feedback level. Certainly is responding to the poly aftertouch, but kind of horrifying all the same. So wave is the note that we're playing, and we're modulating the matrix, but the amount of sample and hold that we're doing is kind of yikes. So let's go back to our warble and remove the poly aftertouch from this one. I think it only likes it when you've got a sine wave for that one, but maybe deform will help, or the phase will help. Or not. Okay, so a little bit of warble. This sounds like Peter Schickele's use of double reeds without oboes and bassoons. Completely ridiculous. So over to our feedback modulator. LFO is not doing nothing. Is this modulation doing nothing? Feedback mod depth. Feels like this is not doing the thing I was hoping it would do. I can't press and change the tone. I'm trying to do the feedback on op 1. Maybe if I add LFO or something? Okay, didn't expect that. LFO is sample and hold. Rate is very slow. There it goes. So, if that case, if we're doing that, feedback level is not actually talking to matrix. I think feedback level is talking to inside this box. Therefore, if we do LFO at 10 instead, so somewhat unhelpful, but kind of what I had in mind. We're kind of doing the thing. I just can't modulate this with the modulation source of poly aftertouch, seemingly. On the other hand, if I put it to envelope and then modulate envelope, got there. So that's how this works. Don't have to care about LFO. Poly aftertouch goes to envelope attenuator, and an envelope is constantly sustain, release, full crank. So it's a flat number. What happens if we do an envelope the other direction? You push and it goes down instead. Although, interestingly, feedback level at 0, we still have something happening with it. So envelope level add, we can do what we want by adding the pressure negatively, but scale is not actually going the direction that helps, because pressure just pushes it more this way. And in order to make it go bigger when you push harder, you got to reverse it so that the envelope operator feedback mechanism So let's see if we can do the same thing with the level for our last 10 minutes or so of fritzing around with this stuff. Seems possible anyhow. So, same deal. We're going to look for poly aftertouch and assign it to envelope attenuator. What this does doesn't matter. And in theory, we can add, and then envelope level also is being add. Polyphony look like? Ooh. Whee. Oh, can we fool with that somehow? All this with very little else done. This is all a one operator synth. A little poly aftertouch. And here is our raw Baconpaul 6-sign synth. One operator. No Airwindows plugins required in that one. Thank you, Baconpaul. Thank you, Baconpaul. This is going to be good fun. And I will get that mastering plugin sorted out. Again, I've got most of what I need to do sorted out now. Would you love this as a VCV module? Well, this is a Baconpaul synthesizer plugin. He hasn't got the standalone one working quite yet. Or at least not for me, because I'm on a Mac, so it had a complaint about not being allowed to access all the bits of it. But this is running as a clap plugin in Reaper. Pretty straightforward. And all that you were hearing just then was none of my stuff, all just raw Baconpaul, 6 sines, 1 oscillator. 1. It has 6. You could do much more on top of this, but this was 1 oscillator with the unison going. And on that note, I consider this, I need to save this though. Oh my God, what am I doing? Save patch. Thank you. It's showing up as 6 sines, patches. And we'll be returning to this because very inspiring, very inspiring. All that for the last bit was not even any reverb, not even any processing. I could run it into Console X to voice it in different ways, not even any Console X, not even any reverb, none of it. Just raw 6 sines. So, and technically raw 1 sine, except for it's not a sine, it's a sawtooth. And how it's doing what it's doing is that operator 1 is, it's got some feedback on it, and it's a sawtooth wave. So if you do feedback to a sawtooth wave, it, rather than being a straight line, kind of, instead of being like that, it'll kind of, how can I draw this? Supposing this is part of the sawtooth, it'll straighten out into a steeper and steeper sort of pulse wave. And then as you press, you're reducing the amount of feedback on the operator. So it's flattening out into the saw wave. And that's how we go from here to here. And there you have it. So, I'll talk to you folks later. This was fun. It started out as kind of a pain, what with having to debug mastering. I'm going to have to drag the little laptop out and do all the other stuff with it so that I have all of the options. But discovering 6 sines, and in particular learning how to work with the operator in that way, is delightful. Bunny puppets? Bunny foo-foo. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. And I may just give you folks the high pass and low pass from out of Console X as a standalone plugin, because that'd be fairly easy. And maybe I want to be playing with this new plugin for a while. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.